So is his camera online now? It is.
Apologies, folks, if you're watching on YouTube. We're not entirely sure what happened there, but we lost the feed through to YouTube. It should be back up now. So for those watching on Facebook, you should have been okay. But so the event's being streamed to both Facebook and YouTube. You can watch on either the Athletics New South Wales Facebook page or the New South Wales Athletics TV YouTube page. So if you search for the same 125th AAGPS Championships link, there's a new link running there on YouTube. So we'll get some start lists shortly for this open shot put. Good throw there. Yeah, right out above that 14 metre mark.
The Newington College athletes there.
First Kings, 94 points. Second Scots, 69 points.
So just a provisional point score is being called over the PA system at the moment, and we'll just read through the provisional standings so far for the senior division. The King's School is currently first with 94 points. The second place score at the moment, Scots College with 69 points, as we can see that on the screen there now. St Joseph's College, 65 points. Shaw School, 55 points. Newington College, 46 points. St Ignatius College, 44. Sydney Grammar with 40. Sydney Boys High with 30. And the Armidale School with 22. So that's after the conclusion of those 800 metre events that we saw about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So just saw a shot there. That's Katrina Murray, one of our recording officials for the under-17 long jump. Panning back now for the measurement of one of the open boys throws. That looks like the King's School athlete has just thrown. And we will go through that open shot put championship start list now. So St Ignatius College's Henry Payne and Angus McBean. Sydney Boys High School, Alan G and John Leo. For the Scots College, Joshua Wong and Hugo Savala. St Joseph's College, Byron Sutherland and Benjamin Wallace. The Armidale School, Toby Newcomb. Newington College's Mac Fell and Thomas Macker. The Shaw School, Jamie Clark and Finn Hancock. Sydney Grammar School, Nick Gay and Henry Blackwell. And the King's School, Teague Hall and Joey Vitanza. See the St Joseph's athlete just lining up there for his next put. Around about that 12 metre mark, as we can see indicated by the measurement bollards out there. Very easy to tell roughly whereabouts those puts are landing with those measurements in place. Next up will be the Scots College athlete. Just a nice put there. Round about right on that 14 metre mark. Maybe just slightly under the high 13s.
First place, the Hall of Kings. Leading with 14.55 metres.
So Teague Hall of the King's School currently leading the open boys shot put with a 14.55 metre throw. That's after 5 rounds in the open boys championship. And for the under 17 boys championship, I've just been handed some results after 3 rounds of that competition. Currently in first, we have Mackenzie Thompson with a very impressive put of 15.76 metres. In second spot currently is Darcy Clifton from the Scots College, 14.18 metres. And in third position, Angus Arnott from the King's School with a throw of 13.99 metres. But clearly out in front by almost 1.5 metres at the moment is the St Ignatius athlete Mackenzie Thompson. Very impressive second round put of 15.76 metres. So of course, as mentioned before, the top 6 athletes from each of these shot put competitions will be given an additional 3 attempts, with all other competitors scoring either divisional or championship points based on their standings after 3 rounds. So I believe this is Teague Hall in his final attempt for the King's School in the Open Boys Championship, currently leading this competition, as you see him with his last put. Gets the white flag there.
So just out past that, around that 14-15 metre mark.
It's another good throw. I think he's been quite consistent in that low to mid 14 metres. So some impressive putting here by the King's School athlete Teague Hall in the open.
Looks
shot
like one
put.
of the COVID protocols, as well as all the boys collecting their own shots. So there's no double handling of the same implements. So we see one of the Scots boys at the other end of the ground. We come back, and I think that's Shaw that was just throwing at the northern end.
Yep. Just over the 12 metre mark there for the Shaw athlete. St. Joseph athletes in vision there. Again, just over that 12 metre mark. I think this might be Hugo Savala from the Scots College lining up here for his final round attempt. Nice, very nice put there. Might be just over that 14 metre mark, and that's quite close to Teague's throw before from the King's School, who's currently leading this competition. So that may challenge the lead from the Scots College athlete. Very impressive throwing there by the open boys. You can just see the under 17 boys in action at ground level. Obviously a little bit harder to tell what distance they're putting without those measurement indicators. So we pan back to the open boys. This is the St. Ignatius athlete in the circle. Another good throw there. Again, maybe just over that 14 metre mark. So it's very close here in the final round of the open boys. That's quite long by the looks of things on the video. Interesting to see whether there may be a change in the lead in that event.
Hardly even a breeze here, so perfect conditions for shot put and the throws athletes. Of course, the two competitions throwing in different directions, so headwind for one would be a tailwind for the other. But there's hardly any breeze here at SOPAC at all. See if that changes a little bit later in the day. But pretty much perfect conditions at the moment. So I think this is, until that's Newington or Shaw in the circle, but we know in a minute it's Newington, so that's just short of that 14 metre mark, probably.
Just a red flag there.
And a foul, yeah.
Hell of a Ron just falling out of the circle after he released the put there. Or I should say the shot pushes the action. Shot is the implement. Scots College here for the under 17 boys. A nice throw there. Good arc on that attempt by the Scots athlete. And I think this might be Teague again, our current leader for the open boys shot put. Lining up. This may actually be the last round now. Gets it out there. Probably not quite his best attempt, but again, still around that 14 metre mark. We've seen quite a few athletes around about that mark from Scots and also St. Ignatius. We can see right on the line there, maybe just sneaking in for a valid attempt.
Just a little worried for Izzy on the camera there for a moment, but far enough away, just right inside the legal side of the line. As I think this is our competition leader from Kings, back at the other end of the ground.
Yeah, Teague Hall, I believe that is, from the King's School. You can see that little stand with the bucket on the top there. That's chalk for the athletes' hands. A lot of these throwers, not just the shot putters, but also, we'll see a little bit later today, actually, we may not see them later today, the javelin throwers, but a lot of the throwers do use chalk for their hands. Of course, holding the implements can take quite a toll on the skin, so that chalk, it just helps create a little bit of a protection barrier between the athlete's hand and the implement that they are throwing.
Final results of the Open Shuttle Championship. First, Teague Hall, Kings, winning distance of 14.55 metres.
So, confirmation there of Teague Hall
14.16 metres.
taking out the Open Boys Championship in 14.55 metres his winning throw was. So just confirmation of the King's School winning that Open Boys Championship shot put. Teague Hall with 14.55 metres.
12.06 metres. And sixth, Finn Hancock, short, 11.54 metres. Three of the throws their personal bests in the final round. So congratulations to the Open Championship shot winners. Teague Hall first, Macbell second, third, Henry Payne.
So you may have heard that over at our microphones, the confirmation of the winners of the Open Shot Put, and you can also see on the track the hurdles being set up for the straight high hurdles. I believe they're due to go at 11:45 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 11:45, maybe a little bit later, might be 11:49. So yeah, just a few minutes away from those 110 metre hurdles. I believe over the PA system we did get second and third there for that Open Boys shot put as well. Mac fell from the Newington College in second, and I think it might have been Henry Payne from the St Ignatius College in third position for that Open Boys shot put championship. As the competition continues for the under 17 boys at the northern scoreboard end. Scots College athlete in the circle now for the under 17 boys. That's a nice throw there from him. Gets the white flag from the official as they measure the throw. So you can just see it's the St Ignatius athlete getting his shot out pretty well as well. You can just see in the bottom left hand part of the screen there, the hurdles are now set up for the first of our sprint hurdles races. It will once again be the under 17 boys, followed by the Open Boys 110 metre hurdles there, kicking off in just 5 minutes time. Some of the boys just going through some of the run-throughs. So for those who aren't too aware of the hurdles, there are 10 flights of hurdles on the front straight. Each of these hurdles for the under 17 age group. I believe is at 99.1 centimetres high.
So why don't we have a look at the start lists if they're ready while we wait for the boys to get ready for the high hurdles. And here is the start list for the under 17s, 110 hurdles. So Americ Maloney of St Joseph's, Michael Walker of Sydney Grammar School, Henry Williams from St Ignatius College, Joshua Watson from Newington College, Sean Jiang of Sydney Boys High School. We're missing a name on our start list for Armidale, but we'll get that. Harrison Stewart from Scots, Tom Bray of the King's School, and Austin Little from Shaw. James, I'm not sure in our program whether we've got that missing name.
No, we don't, Matt. Might be a
might be a late starter.
Yeah, could be. So just confirming, these hurdles are actually at 91.4 centimetres high, and the open boys will be hurdling the 99.1 centimetre high hurdle. So a slight hurdle adjustment will be made after the completion of these two under 17 boys races, starting with the divisional race followed by the championship race. You can see there the first two flights set up, and that third flight of hurdles currently face down. That's so the boys can just practice their starts going over the first two flights and then running through that third hurdle, laying down with enough space to stop their warm-up runs before that fourth flight of hurdles. So that's why that third flight is tipped down at the moment. Fairly standard procedure for our track officials at a lot of, well, all of our school association meets, and also a lot of our Athletics New South Wales track and field meets too. So just looking at the GPS Championship record for the under 1710 metre hurdles. Record held by Nick Andrews from the King's School 2014 of 13.45 seconds. Of course, Nick Andrews, a brilliant, one of the top sprint hurdlers, 110 metre sprint hurdlers in Australia, represented Australia at the 2018 Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, and is a staple in all New South Wales Championship racing and also national finals. A very, very good athlete. As the boys are just starting to make their way onto the track.
I think they were both King's boys, weren't they? Nick and Harrison Andrews, his brother.
Yeah, I think they were. Yeah.
Both run for the Cherrybrook Club in club competition.
Also another very handy hurdling athlete of Cherrybrook is Jacob McCorry as well. So
yeah, they've sort of been the big three, haven't they, in New South Wales in recent times? Nick Andrews, Nick Huff and Jacob. Nick's been around a little bit longer, but Nick and Jacob, Nick Andrews that is, and Jacob really starting to push the Commonwealth Games bronze medalist over the last couple of seasons. As we see the boys getting ready, they'll do their run-throughs, get the block set.
Sprint hurdling, of course, a very precise discipline. Every step really counts in not only going as fast as you possibly can over a 110 metre distance, but of course clearing all of the barriers, trying not to hit them. You have to do that 10 times in about 14 seconds. It's not the easiest event by any means. It takes a lot of practice. I know of course the elite level hurdlers do a lot of measuring with their run-ups. A lot of flexibility drills, combine jumping with sprinting. So again, you can see those boys just running through that third flight. That'll be put up shortly, in a couple of minutes' time.
Just a reminder for anyone watching online to keep the comments PG. If there's any issues there, we may well have to shut down the comments, so please be respectful of everyone watching along with you. Okay, so it looks like we're not too far away from a start here in the high hurdles.
Results now completed of the men's under-17 shot put championship. First, Mackenzie Thompson of St Ignatius, putting throw at 15.76 metres. Second, Darcy Clifton. Stops. 8 metres. Third, Hugo Newton. 14.11 metres. Fourth, Max Hart. Meets 14.09 metres. Fifth, Jackson Hunt. Short. 13.98 metres. Sixth, Zachary Hart. St Joseph's. 13.20 metres. Six places from the 17s. Next events, the 17 years open. 10 metre hurdles.
So just the under 17 boys shot put results coming over the PA system there as the boys now settle into their blocks. So from lane 1 going out, Tran of Sydney Grammar, my apologies, Maloney of St Joseph's, Walker of Sydney Grammar, Williams of St Ignatius, Joshua Watson, Newington, Jiang, Sydney Boys, Empty Lane 6, Stewart of Scots College, Tom Bray of Kings, and Little of Shaw. They're off and racing. Very good start there in lane 4. That's a Newington College athlete. Joshua Watson also on the outside is the King's School athlete, Tom Bray. It's Bray who's going to take this one out. Very impressive there. Just on the outside might have been the Shaw athlete, Austin Little from the inside, Amric Maloney from St Joseph's. 14.58, the unofficial winning time there for the King's School's Tom Bray. As we pan up to the scoreboard, we see confirmation of that result. Tom Bray in 14.57. Fantastic tailwind of plus 1.9 metres a second, the legal tailwind there. Austin Little from the Shaw School, 15.21. And Amric Maloney, 400s outside of second spot in 15.25 for the St Joseph's College School. That completes the under 1710 metre hurdles divisional race, as the next race will be the championship race for the under 17 men.
So I've just gotten a bit of mail from, there he is right on screen there, this Scots fella in this next race. Very, very talented rugby league player. Tips the scales at 104 kilos and is about to line up in the high hurdles for Scott. So massive props there.
Yeah, having a big frame is certainly something that we do see in hurdles. Nick Huff, the Commonwealth Games bronze medalist from Gold Coast, is certainly the biggest of the three athletes that we were talking about beforehand. So, yeah, big framed athlete, not privy to high hurdling in Australia.
So it's his third hurdles race, I've just been told. Yep, so let's see if we get a name on the young fellow. Have a look at the start list. So here we go. Ethan Tran for Grammar in 1, Sam Murray for Newington in 2, Toby Smith, St Ignatius in 3, Joshua Wong is the Scots athlete we're talking about in 4, Riley Hemsworth in 5. Again, I think no starter for Armidale, Henry Murray for Shaw, Jason Yan for Sydney Boys, and Ethan Quintana for St Joseph's. Just trying to see. I don't think there is a starter for Armidale, so not an issue with the start lists.
So good start there by the King's School athlete. That's Hemsworth. He's got the best of the first 3 and 4 hurdles. Coming on his outside now is the short athlete Henry Murray, but it's a very close lead. Yes, he gets it. The King's School athlete takes out that one. 14.75 the unofficial time, just in front of Shaw's Henry Murray in second. I think on the inside might have been Sam Murphy from Newington College as well, going through well. Fortunately, Joshua Wong from Scots College missing out on those podium positions, but a good win there for Riley Hemsworth from the King's School. Another King's win, Matt. They're going well early stages.
Going well, absolutely. I saw young Jai Parrott running around earlier in his King's shirt. He'll be happy. One of the preeminent 800-metre athletes in New South Wales. Former commentator on this stream actually as well, so now coaching at King's. King's team will all be happy.
You just see the results up there. It was Riley Hemsworth from the King's School, 14.73, taking out that championship win for the under-17 boys hurdles. Henry Murray from the Shaw School, 14.78, and actually Ethan Quintana from St Joseph's College coming in late, got it by 6/100ths over Sam Murphy in 15.47. Top 3 there for the under-17 championship sprint hurdles race. A little bit of a fall there. I think that might be the Sydney Grammar athlete, but he looks to be okay.
Yeah, he's up and about. Yeah,
he
for those asking about that. So, and he's going to walk off the track, so that's good to see.
You can now just see some people on the track. They are now adjusting the hurdle height. So as I mentioned before, the under-17 boys jumping over those 91.4 centimetre hurdles. They're now being moved up to 99.1 centimetres for the open boys races.
Okay, so we'll see if we can queue up the start list for this next race in just a moment as the boys get their blocks set up. Obviously the run-throughs take a bit longer with the hurdles, so they need to set those up. And let's have a look at this start list now. So, the open division of the senior boys, 110 hurdles. Huey Lewis for Kings in 1, Kent Goo of Sydney Boys in 2, Callan Oding of St Joseph's in 3, Mactier Evans from Scots in 4, Max Holmes of St Ignatius in 5, Jonathan Atkinson from Shaw in 6, no starter for Armidale, Harry Jones for Newington in 7, and Everett Whelan for Sydney Grammar in lane number 9.
Score record, I should say GPS record again for these 110 metre hurdles. Nick Andrews in 2015 from the King's School, 14.06. So about 6/10 of a second slower than his under 17 effort, but obviously with the hurdle height about 7.5 centimetres higher for these boys than the under 17s. Obviously a little bit more time is spent in the air. A little bit more power needing to be generated to get over that hurdle height of 99.1 centimetres. Can't be too far away from a start now of this Open Boys divisional race. So away, pretty even start across the board, but going well on the inside, Kings, and also in the middle there is the Scots athlete. It's currently Lewis for the Kings School. He's got a big lead now. He's really opened it up in the middle stages of that race. He's running away with this one, 14.99. Scots in second and Shaw School in third there. Very impressive there from Huey Lewis, yes, from the Kings School. Really striding away with that one. Hurdle flights 4, 5 and 6, very impressive as he built a sizable gap in a matter of a couple of seconds over the rest of the field. And confirmation there, Huey Lewis of the King's School, 14.96. Mactier Evans from the Scots College in second, 15.83. And Jonathan Atkinson from the Shaw School, 16.33. Top three there for the Open Divisional Boys 110 metre hurdles. So we're now moving on to our championship race for the Open 110 metre hurdles. We'll have a look at the start list now. In lane 1 for Newington College, Nicholas Atkinson. In lane 2 for St Ignatius College, Lachlan Dalton. In 3 for the King's School, George Pullman. No athlete for the Armidale School. For St Joseph's College in lane 5 is Willie Maffey, who coincidentally took out the Open long jump earlier with a very impressive jump of 6.83 metres. So we'll see if he can do the sprint hurdles long jump double here. In lane 6 for the Sydney Grammar School, Andrew Guest. In 7 for the Shaw School, Charlie East. In 8, the Scots College, James Codis. And in 9 for Sydney Boys High School, Henry Nguyen. So the starters for the championship race for the Open 110 hurdles.
It's another one of the blue ribbon events for these, the 125th GPS championships. A full, here we go. So Kings have been dominant in the senior divisions so far today. Let's see if they can add another championship race to their tally.
Away cleanly. Great start there by James Codis, the Scots College athlete. Although he takes a bit of a tumble, he has fallen down, so Codis is out of the race. It's now between Kings and Newington on the insides. Kings and Newington coming down to the final hurdle. It's going to be Kings who take it again. 14.84 for George Pullman from the Kings School. Nick Atkinson from Newington in second position. Didn't quite catch third there. Tragic fall there for the Scots College athlete, James Codis. He had the early lead. He just stumbled at that second flight, couldn't recover. Unfortunately went over. I think he's okay though. He has walked off the track, but he looked very good early on. But it was George Pullman again, as Matt mentioned, another strong showing from Kings here in the senior divisions, taking the Open Championship in 14.83. Nicholas Atkinson for the Newington College in second in 14.99. And Lachlan Dalton from St Ignatius College in 15.68.
It's been a little while since we had a point score, but it's looking pretty good for Kings in the senior division so far this morning.
Coast looked good there early, didn't he, Matt? He just went over. I thought he might have had that race under control.
Yeah, and obviously the fall as well can be a bit off-putting for some of the athletes. But no, controlled the race nicely. And as we were saying earlier, he follows in a long line of very distinguished winners of that race. Nick Andrews, as we mentioned, the race record holder before going on to compete at the Commonwealth Games. So we might just go back and have a look at the timetable again, let you know what's coming up as we watch the team pack up the hurdles here, but looks like another short break in the program.
Yeah, about 15, or actually I should say 10 minutes time. We'll have the first of two 200 metre races, so the under-17 championship race. No divisional races in these 200 metre events. So that will be at 12:17, 10 minutes time. Excuse me, followed by the Open 200 metre championship race at 12:20. So just a slight break in proceedings on the track. We currently don't have any of the field events running at the moment, as we did have those under-17 Open shot put championship events wrap up just a little bit earlier on before the sprint hurdles started. So a few minutes break here before we head down to the 200 metre start for the next instalment of our track action here at the 125th anniversary of the AAGPS Championships.
So as Jimmy was saying, we've just got a short break in the program now while we wait for the 200 metre races to get underway in a few minutes' time. Okay, so we're just about ready to go for these 200 metres, and there's the start lists.
So on the inside in lane 1 for the Scots College, Darby Lancaster. In 2 for St Joseph's College, Ethan Quintana. In 3 for Newington College, Alec Willington. In 4 for the Shaw School, Joseph Walker. In 5 for the King's School, Connor Bond. In 6, Sydney Boys High School, Edward Wong. In 7, Sydney Grammar, Ryan Chong. In 8 for the Armidale School, Nicholas O'Neill. And in 9 on the outside for St Ignatius College, Gabrielle Wood. So, championship record for the under 17 200 metres, Nick Andrews makes another appearance. 2014, 21.87. That is moving.
Not bad for a high school student, is it?
Absolutely.
Very handy athlete, young Nicholas.
It shows the flat speed he had combined with his brilliant hurdling technique, and he's such a fine athlete he is today. But we are focusing now on the under 17 men's 200 metre championship race, not far away from a start now. They're away cleanly. Nice even start across the board. Good start there by Edward Wong from Sydney Boys High School. We're also going well on the inside there. It's the King's School athlete. That's Connor Bond as they come round the bend. Also going well on the outside there, St Ignatius, Gabrielle Wood, but it's Bond at the moment from the King's School running away with this one. Scots College fighting hard on the inside. Scots College just miss out. It's going to be the King's School who takes it 21.95. That is absolutely flying. It's just a few hundreds outside the school record from Nick Andrews of 21.87. And that was Connor Bond from the King's School. Just going to pan up to the board when we can. 21.93 with a 1.8 tailwind. Brilliant running there. Under 17 men's 200 metre championships.
That's what I was looking at, the wind gauge. It's legal, so plus 1.8. That's as perfect sprinting conditions as you could get here.
600s outside Nick Andrews' record. It's sensational sprinting there. Of course, Darby Lancaster, 22.03 for the Scots College. He really battled late there on the inside, just couldn't get over the top of the King's athlete. A great run there. And also Gabrielle Wood from St Ignatius in lane 9. Also a fantastic run, 22.19. So perfect conditions and some great racing here for the under 17 boys 200 metres. So we now move on to another blue ribbon event of these GPS championships. It's the Open Men's 200 metres. We do have 9 starters in this one as well. On the inside out in lane 1, representing the Armidale School, Remy Taylor. In 2 from the King's School, George Gickus. In 3 from the Scots College, Hamish Lindstrom. In 4 from Sydney Grammar School, Marcus Shaw. In 5 from Newington College, Thomas McCoubrey. In 6 from St Ignatius College, Hamish Cressy. In 7 from Sydney Boys High School, Joshua Johnson. In 8 from the Shaw School, Jack Faddy. And in lane 9 from St Joseph's College, Jamie Elias. And this championship record, if I'm not mistaken, maybe George's brother John Gickus in 2016 from the King's School, 21.40. So the boys in their blocks, we'll see how close they can go to that record. Perfect sprinting conditions here at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. So the boys just standing up there.
So just a little mix up there with the PA system while the boys are in their blocks, and we'll see if we can have another go at getting this championship race underway.
Just staying up there, it may have been a slight issue again with the starting system. Looks like the light went off on the starter's gun, but no noise coming out. We'll just see if we can get them underway this time. So away cleanly this time. Good start there by the Scots athlete, but flying out of the blocks as well is Jack Faddy from Shaw. It looks like Faddy has got the best of the running through the first 100 as they come round. Faddy in lane 8 for Shaw, but coming through now is Kings and Scots. Scots now might have just got a lead, but Shaw firing hard on the outside. It's Scots and Shaw as they come down towards the line. It's going to be very, very tight on the line. Too close to call between Scots on the inside and Shaw on the outside. Kings also featuring there as well in the top 3. Very close finish. Great finish there by that was Hamish Lindstrom from the Scots College, really fighting his way back.
If I had to have a bet, I'd say Shaw, but
Jack Faddy from Shaw, yeah, he's got it by 300s. So he's held on to his early lead. They held around the bend and just fought off the Scots athlete to take the win in 22.03. Scots, Hamish Lindstrom in second, 22.06, and George Gickus from the King's School in third, 22.34. Just goes to show how great that under 17 race was, with the winner of that race almost 2/10 ahead of the Open Championship. A lot of depth in that under 17 group.
Absolutely. And especially when you consider how favourable the conditions were as well.
Yeah, plus 1.3 tailwind there, so not quite as strong, but still a nice little tailwind for the sprinters here.
So I'm just trying to work out what's happening at the high jump. I think they're still getting ready over there. I'm not sure that... Yeah, they're still just pacing out their run-up, so I think that competition not yet started.
So that's the Open Men's High Jump. That was scheduled, or that is scheduled to start at 12:30, so in about 7 minutes' time. So probably just a couple more warm-up jumps and measuring out warm-ups for the boys down there. And again, similar to our shot put and long jump events, we're going to have the under 17 boys high jump at the northern scoreboard end of the ground as well. Not quite in shot at the moment, but they're just going through the same warm-up routines as the Open boys at the southern end. We're also just a few minutes away from what should be quite an exciting Open 3,000 metre event. A couple of athletes in this one have been brought to my attention over the last couple of days. Bailey Habler of Newington College and Hamish Longworth of the Shaw School. So 2 athletes that feature very prominently in the under 20 age group, or under 18s now, under 20 age group at Athletics New South Wales Championship events will be making their way around the 7.5 lap distance shortly. So pretty big field here for the Open Boys 3,000 metre championship race. 17 starters on paper for the race, 2 athletes per school, with the Armidale school with 1 athlete in there as well.
So we do have a start list here for the men's 3K. So, okay, so yes, you can see there the 2 athletes from each of the schools. So Charles Stretchin, Oliver Murray for St Ignatius, Tobias Hall for the Armidale School, Nathan Stanmore and Hamish Longworth for Shaw, Reece Sharif, Jonathan Tran for Sydney Boys, Kieran Rushton and Oscar Babinski for Kings, Oliver Freeman and Luck Jeffries for Sydney Grammar, Jeremy Bennett and Hugo Hinkfuss for Scots, Bailey Habler and Mackenzie Courts for Newington, and Joshua Noy and Lachlan Matthews for St Joseph's. That's the start list for the 3Ks. We'll show you the high jump start list after this 3,000 metre race, and should be able to bring you some of that high jump action as soon as we're done here. So there, a good shot of the boys over on the back straight. Go. Yeah.
So the boys just affixing their hip numbers at this time. Their hip numbers being attached on their right and left hips. The reason for that is photo finish will be able to pick up which athlete they are, corresponding to which hip number they are wearing. Of course, these athletes won't be staying in lanes for this race, so there is no lane 14 on the track, but there will be a hip number 14 in the race, so the number corresponding to the athlete makes it possible for photo finish and the results teams to know who places where and in what time. So that's the reasoning behind the hip numbers. Of course, it being a beautiful dry day, there's no chance of the hip numbers, or should be much less of a chance of hip numbers falling off. So hopefully they stay on for the duration of the race. Make it very easy for our photo finish and results officials to determine where they finish and then what time they finish as well. You can see just to the top left hand of the screen, the flags are just starting to blow a little bit. We saw some very generous tailwinds for our 200 metre sprinters just a few minutes ago, and these boys will be running into a slight headwind on the back straight, but should have a little bit of a wind in their backs when they are making their way down the home straight during this 3,000 metre run.
Just thinking how fortunate we are that there were 9 flag poles installed on the back straight back when this was built before the 2000 Olympics.
Obviously that was a priority when building the stadium, Matt. With GPS championships.
Worked out quite well, didn't it?
They do look fantastic, don't they? I didn't even notice that until about half an hour ago. All the school flags. Yeah, lovely shot of them there.
Okay, so here we go in the men's 3,000 metres. I think 17 in the field.
So away in the Open Men's 3,000 metre championship race here at the 125th AAGPS Championships. Going to the front there, straight away one of our Newington athletes. Also got one of our Sydney Grammar athletes and also one of our Shore athletes moving up quite nicely. And we'll get a 200 metre split here, 32-2. We've got now clock, so a pretty handy start there. At the moment, Newington, followed by Sydney Grammar, and then Shore. And then we've got a second Sydney Grammar athlete, so 2 Sydney Grammar athletes at the moment in the top 4, then followed by the 2 Kings athletes. The Shore athlete just moving up between them. Then Scott's, St. Ignatius and the rest of the field behind them. Really strung out very quickly in the first 350 metres of this one.
So
Probably an indication of the quick pace set early on as we come up to the first 400 and they go through about 67 seconds.
So they're going like the arc at the moment, 2 by 2 by 2. It's Kings and Grammar splitting the first 4. Pardon me, the Newington and Grammar splitting the first 4, and as we just see the second Newington athlete there come around the shoulder of Grammar, and then the 2 Kings boys, and one of the Shore athletes has now put himself up ahead of the 2 Kings boys. Then it's Scott's as we string out through the first little way, and they go through that 400 in about 67. So pretty decent running here from the boys.
So as I mentioned before, Bailey Habler versus Hamish Longworth, they are indeed the 2 athletes out in front at the moment. So Bailey Habler representing the Newington College and Hamish Longworth representing the Shore school there. So these 2 have had many a battle through their junior careers. Habler representing Randwick Botany and Hamish Longworth actually representing Bankstown Sports, their respective Athletics New South Wales clubs, as they've moved through the 800 in 2:13. 2 very well accomplished runners as the rest of the field comes through about 8 seconds behind them at the moment. Still got one of the Sydney Grammar athletes in that chase pack, followed by a couple of the Kings boys, and I think it might be one of the Shore boys at the moment. But 2 clear leaders at the moment, Habler just in front of Longworth as they come towards the 1 kilometre mark. And if this is any indication of what the next 2 kilometres is going to be, it's going to be a very quick race, 2:48.44 through the first kilometre.
And it was another 67, so the boys running quite even splits for Shore and Newington up the front. And then we can see here this second group coming through, and that is the Grammar, the Kings, another Shore athlete, the Kings, and then we can find the first Scots athlete before a little gap back to St. Ignatius. And you have to go a fair way back in the field to find the first athletes from St. Joseph's.
So we're just focusing on that chase pack. They're well, really miles behind the top 2 at the moment. Habler now just extending his lead a little bit over Longworth, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of laps, whether Longworth's able to rein in that gap a little bit. As we see the chase pack, there's the 2 Kings boys, also a Newington athlete and the Sydney Grammar athlete, followed by Scott's, St. Ignatius, Scott's, and then I think it was St. Joseph's. But Bailey Habler with a 10 metre lead over Hamish Longworth at the moment. And this has been quite a decisive lap. We'll get a split for this one as Habler comes through the start-finish line. So 3:55 on the clock. That was a 68. So rather than Habler speeding up. He's just stayed nice and consistent. And Longworth's just dropped back. He was probably more about
Oi.
72, 73.
Just almost had an incident over with the high jumpers.
Is that right? Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch the track, boys.
Our
Yeah.
officials are just making sure that that doesn't happen. But
Yeah, that was close. Okay, so they're up to the back, and they've just gone through the halfway mark of this 3,000 metres. So this will be 1,600 through the mile now, and they're through in about 4:30. So that's pretty handy running to go through a 4:30 mile as a high school athlete in the middle of a 3,000 metres. And the gap now is opening up to about 40 metres or so at the front of the field. Then there's, a very good gap then of another 50 or so back to the third place athlete, and then another little gap back, as you can see on your screen now, to the chasing group. So they've really strung out this field as they come down, and we'll see 1,200 metres to run. And that was another 68, so brilliant, consistent running at the front of the field.
beautiful running by Bailey Habler here. As I mentioned, a very accomplished club-level athlete, or should I say national-level athlete, made many national finals through his junior career thus far, and is showing his absolute talent here at the GPS Championships, having the best part of an 80-metre lead on second, and over a 100-metre lead now on third place.
So this will be 2,000 metres, and they go through in just on about 5:40. So very, very good running at the front of the field, very consistent as we've been saying.
Yeah, about 2:48 first K, followed by a 2:52 first K. So the school record here, the GPS record, I should stop saying that, GPS Championship record, Morgan McDonald, Newington College 2013, 8:30.6, and we've gone on to see
There's some pedigree. Yeah.
what Morgan McDonald and the many NCAA championships he has taken out over his time with Wisconsin. As Bailey Habler is now coming out to 2 laps to go. Now, to break that record, 6:17, he will need to run 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So a pair of 67s is absolutely not out of the question.
That one just slowed down a little bit. That was a 72, so
okay.
it has just started to come off slightly. But as you say, that championship record held by a reasonably handy athlete, Morgan McDonald. He's one of the only athletes, I think only 3 athletes ever, including world 10,000 metre champion Joshua Cheptegei, have won all of the NCAA distance championships in the one season. That is the NCAA Outdoor Championship, the Indoor 3,000, the Outdoor 5,000 metre titles, all in the space of the 1 year. And Morgan McDonald is one of those athletes. So they're chasing down some pretty handy records here.
So we go back to Bailey Habler, 500 metres to go for him. This is simply an outstanding run of the highest quality for our open men's 3,000 metre race, and he is now going to go past some lapped athletes as he's coming up to the bell lap. We'll get a split of that penultimate lap. It's a 73, so he'll have to pull out something incredibly special to go sub 8:30 here. I think it might just be out of reach, but I think he will certainly be in the 8:30s for what must be one of the best 3,000 metre races ever run at the GPS Championships. Bailey Habler with 300 metres to go as we move to Hamish Longworth of the Shore School, currently leading in second position, and also the Kings athlete. Probably just reducing that gap a little bit on Longworth. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the last 350 metres there, but coming into shot once again, we've got a couple of our lapped athletes, and it's Bailey Habler, 8:06 with 200 metres to go. How quick can Bailey go? So he's moving around there. Really interesting battle between second and third, between Longworth and the Kings athlete there, but in shot is Bailey Habler, as we can hear some noise on the back straight from the boys. It's great to hear that today with no one in the stands. Bailey Habler, though, it's been his race throughout the 7.5 lap duration. He comes down. It's going to be just outside 8:40 as it eases up slightly. 8:46 unofficially, with Longworth battling on. He's going to hold on to that second spot. Great run there by Hamish Longworth. 8:55 unofficially. And the King's athlete there, hip number 9, is Kyron Rushton from the King's School. So he takes out third position there for the King's School. And he goes sub 9 minutes as well. Obviously, the minor placings here still very important, Matt, as we've got some great battles here.
Yeah, and the crowd's still getting up. The two Scots boys are now just rounding the bend, but as you say, everything very important here for the point score. So here's the two Scots boys running together. They're not going to be taking any points off each other. As we see now, I think that's the second Newington athlete, and then St Joseph's coming over the line.
Couple of our Sydney Grammar athletes here.
They were prominent early, weren't they?
They were.
Faded a little bit late, and they'll just get over the top of St Joseph's before another one of the Riverview athletes. And Sydney boys will, I think, round out the field. In fact, we've still got one more athlete on track.
So just in the background there, we can see some results on the screen as our final athlete comes into the home straight. So it was Bailey Habler, 8:46.66, a fantastic run there by the Newington athlete, has to be said. Hamish Longworth for the Shaw School in second, 8:56 flat. And
so just hearing that Bailey's actually only in year 10, so still a couple of years left to chase that record of Morgan McDonald. That's pretty ominous.
Very ominous.
And
indeed.
had no help out the front whatsoever, so good things ahead for Bailey.
Yeah, just going through that third spot there. Yeah, Kyron Rushton from the King's School in third spot there, 8:58.44, 3 under 9 minutes in our men's Open 3,000 metre championship. Very, very good running. And yes, as mentioned, Bailey Habler just in year 10. Morgan's McDonald may not be standing for much longer.
Pretty handy to take a record off Morgan McDonald. So we're now looking at live pictures of the high jump at the, and a clearance there for Kings.
So that's the under 17 boys high jump at the moment, and just can't quite see in shot what the bar is at the moment. Might be, yes, moving around now.
Okay, hopefully we're going to be on the right side of it. Is that
170?
Yeah,
yep.
170.
170 at the moment. So Scott's athlete.
And a clearance there for Scott's, yeah.
So boys looking fairly comfortable at this height for the under 17 high jump championship event. As we can see the start list in front of us now, from the St Joseph's College, William Burnett, from the King's School, Riley Hemsworth, from the Scots College, James Mackay, from Sydney Grammar School, Charlie Venikalas, from Newington College, Joshua Watson, St Ignatius College, Louis Dalrymple, Sydney Boys High School, Daniel Vergov, and from the Shaw School, Jonathan Woodcock. So at the other end of the track, the southern end, we have the Open Boys high jump at the moment. As we have a look at the start list, I think this is one of the Sydney Grammar athletes just pulling up on this run
false start there.
So. Yeah. So we'll go through the start list quickly. Sean McKenzie for St Joseph's College, Shaw's Hugo Provisional, from the Sydney Grammar School, Connor Latham, St Ignatius College's Joshua Johnson, from Newington College, Atticus Bertrams, from Sydney Boys High School. I think this might be Joshua Zhao just having a jump and missing the attempt. From the Scots College, Jet Hendry, and from the King's School, Tom Bray. So a little bit of a break in proceedings that in terms of the track events. The next one will be at 1, so just under 40 minutes time. That will be the multi-class 100 metres, and then we'll be moving into our divisional and championship races for the under 17 and open divisions straight after that multi-class 100 metre event. So on our screen now, we also have the men's open shot put results. And I actually had a stab before at the King's School athlete. It was a 50-50 shot, and apologies to Joey for getting that wrong. So it was Joey Vitanza from the King's School with a put of 13.89 metres, Thomas Marker from Newington College with 11.85 metres, and Benjamin Wallace from St Joseph's with 11.78 metres. Let's head back down to the action from the under 17 boys high jump at the Northern Scoreboard end. We have our Scots athlete going clear quite comfortably. So that's James Mackay from the Scots College. Looking very comfortable. I think we still might be... Oh, we might be at 175 now. Sydney Grammar athlete going clear as well. So the boys doing it pretty easy at the moment.
Yeah, rapid fire over there. They're not taking too long to get themselves ready. As here we go at the other end of the track.
Newington athlete clear at 180. Too, yeah, that's good jumping there. So 180, Matt. How tall are you, Matt? That's 6 foot?
Not 180. Not 180. No, I'm about 173, I think.
Missed there from the Scots athlete.
Yeah, it's a great example of how often the sport of athletics is underrated, the high jump. If you put some real life objects next to, these heights, and in particular the heights that the likes of Brendan Stark jump over on a pretty frequent basis, it becomes much more impressive as we see good clearance for Kings. So that could very easily be me standing under that bar with about 6 inches on top of my head clear.
Oh, 6 centimetres.
6 centimetres, pardon me.
And, they may be at 6 inches.
We'll get there, yeah. We'll get there. I actually had the pleasure of interviewing Derek Drouin, the Olympic high jump champion, a couple of years ago, and we set the bar at, I think it was 236, the mark he jumped to win the Olympic gold medal. And did the interview under that, and I can tell you that was the better part of about 60 centimetres or so above where I stood. As we see Scots on the runway at our end of the ground, and a good clip. I thought he cleared that. Yeah, just clipped with the calves.
It's real art in getting over the bar, isn't there? Really do need to arch your back and flick your legs over. One little error in form can often result in a failure. Or a foul, I should say. The officials will get... Back to the open high jump here. Bar at 180. And foul there for our shore athlete. Our shore athlete in this event is Hugo Provisional.
And we've got a clearance for St Joseph's at the other end of the ground.
Beautiful. That's William Burnett. Scott's athlete here, just after clipping the bar on his last attempt, Jet Hendry. Oh, he clips it again.
It was close too. Was it just the small of his back there? Because his legs were well clear.
So I'm not sure if that was the second or third attempt. I have a feeling, yeah, that was the third attempt. So unfortunately, our Scots College athlete Jet Hendry departs us in that open boys high jump. Just getting a point score update here. So you can see on your screen, King's School now extending their lead to 67 points. 237 over the Scots College and 170, and the Shore School just sitting in third over St Joseph's College by 2 points with 152. Scots College in fourth, 150 points. St Ignatius College 145. Newington College 143. So 9 points separating third through to sixth there. Very close battle between those minor placings. Sydney Grammar 89 points, Sydney Boys High 78, and the Armidale School with 44. So, I'm not sure what the bar is at for the under-17s. I have a guess it might be at 175, but 185 here for the open boys and St Ignatius athlete. That was Joshua Johnston, just missing that 185. Also just had missed there for the Kings athlete in the under-17s event. We've got Newington on the runway here at 185, and just missing that one.
And a miss as well for Scots at the other end of the ground.
It's quickly how you can go from clearance to sorting out the top two or three from the rest of the field within one attempt in the high jump.
A good clearance. Good clearance for Grammar, I think that was, and Kings here at this end, and not close there.
Charlie Vinarclass from Sydney Grammar School with that great clearance for the under-17 boys there. So I'm not sure if we had a clearance at 185 for the open men yet, as we see the Newington athlete clearing there for the under-17 event. And nice clearance there. So that bar I can see now is at 180 for that under-17 boys event. So we had Ignatius just go over there, and Ignatius go over at the 185 for the open. So St Ignatius review over in both the under-17 and open boys. We've just also had, I think there might have been Shore over at 180 for the under-17. So getting some nice clearances now. Open boys, failure there for the Newington athlete. That was Atticus Bertrams. King's athlete here, Tom Bray. Just doing some final quad stretches before his next attempt. Bit of a clap here for the King's athlete. Oh, just missing there. It's Riley Hemsworth from the King's School. Riley just won that 110 metre hurdles, I believe. So backing up with the vertical jumps here at the GPS Championships. And here we go with Tom Bray. Just knocking that one down with his hand. Now Scott's athlete. That was James Mackay, just missing there at 180.
First place runner of each school was for the championship points. You can see on board the first 9 runners of 3,000 metres championship results. The second 9 runners will then receive...
Just clipping there for our Newington athlete. Atticus Bertrams in the open high jump, bar still at 185, as you can see from the displays scored on the screen.
3,000 metre division. Our school would only a championship runner, so that'd be 8 metropolitan schools receiving their second runners in place.
So some height adjustments at both ends of the field, and we just had great clearance there down at the southern end for the open boys. Now that was St. Joseph's College athlete Sean McKenzie clearing 188, so comfortably over was McKenzie. As we move towards the business end of this competition. This is now St. Ignatius Revenue athlete Joshua Johnston, just clipping the bar there on his first attempt at 188. And just coming over the PA, we've now moved to 183 for the under-17 boys high jump competition at the northern end of the ground. With 4 competitors left there at the under-17 boys event, and it looks like we're actually down to 2 athletes in the open boys high jump championship from St. Ignatius College Riverview. Joshua Johnston, he's coming up for his second attempt at 188, and clear on the first attempt was St. Joseph's College Sean McKenzie. So 1 clear, St. Joseph's clear at 188 in this open boys high jump, and now we have the second attempt for Ignatius. And just another miss there. So pressure now on for the third attempt, must clear. Otherwise St. Joseph's College will take out the win with Sean McKenzie in the open boys high jump. We just had a quick progressive point score update there as well. Just missed it, but it's still the King's School comfortably in front by about 70 points. And we're clear in the open boys. Third attempt, Joshua Johnston under pressure, and he delivers with third attempt clearance at 188. So the competition rolls on with the open boys high jump. Always exciting. The third attempt clearance to force the issue and force the competition to go on yet another height. That's a nice clearance there by the Shore athlete at 183. That's Jonathan Woodcock there for the under-17 boys. So Woodcock clear at 183. Now have Sydney Grammar on the runway, Charlie Vinaclas. And missing there. So after that third attempt clearance at 188 on the runway here for the open boys, St. Ignatius' Joshua Johnston, and just clipping the bar there, the small of his back on the first attempt. So interestingly, I can't see the St. Joseph's athlete Sean McKenzie at the moment lining up. And I have a feeling he may have actually passed the height there potentially. So interesting, potentially a tactical move there by McKenzie. And the 17 boys high jump rolls on at 183. We just had a foul there by the St. Ignatius athlete Louis Dalrymple. On the runway now is Sydney Grammar School's Charlie Vinaclas. As he comes in. And over he goes. Great clearance there by Vinaclas in the under 17 boys at 183. Second attempt was a foul there for Joshua Johnston. So one more attempt for Johnston to get over that 191 height. And some nice support there for Vinaclas as he gets over 183 from some of his compatriots down at the northern end on the grass hill there. So we have just clipping the bar there. It's a Newington athlete, Joshua Watson. On the runway now, the St. Ignatius review athlete Louis Dalrymple will be next to jump. And his compatriot will also be jumping at the same time at the southern end as Dalrymple goes up and misses at 183. And this is Joshua Johnston. So again, the pressure on the third attempt at 191. Can he do it again like he did at 188? In he comes. He misses it. So Joshua Johnston out of the open boys competition. The win will go to Sean McKenzie from St. Joseph's College with a first time clearance of 188. Let's move back to the under 17 boys action. Bar now has just been raised to 186. So Vinaclas is definitely through and he'll be jumping. I think that might be Jonathan Woodcock. I think they may be the two athletes left now at 186. Yes. So just confirmed over the PA. So Jonathan Woodcock from Shaw and Charlie Vinaclas from Sydney Grammar are our two remaining competitors in an exciting under 17 boys high jump competition. Some nice pictures there at ground level from one of our camera operators, Izzy Thornton Bott, doing a good job down there. And actually, the competition has not ended in the open high jump. We've got the bar now set at 195 for Sean McKenzie from St. Joseph's College. So he will continue his competition, see how high he can go as he comes in for his first attempt at 195. Beautiful clearance. That was absolutely fabulous. That he flew over that bar, and you can see just how far ahead of the rest of the competition he is in this Open Boys Championship high jump. So we'll see whether he can hit that 2 metre mark as Viniclas fouls his first attempt. That was a brilliant clearance from Mackenzie. Flew over that bar, and he's going up to... there's a 2 on the board. 201. So he's gone up 6 centimetres to 201. Now I wonder whether this is getting close to his personal best or not. But very impressive jumping here by the St. Joseph athlete, Sean Mackenzie. So we just had a first attempt failure there from the Shaw athlete, Jonathan Woodcock. So both athletes missing. Viniclas from Sydney Grammar and Woodcock from Shaw in the first round of the bar at 186 for the under-17 boys high jump, with the St. Joseph's athlete Mackenzie in the open boys just maybe talking to a couple of his teammates, potentially a coach there as well. Just a quick word on the GPS record for the open high jump, 2 metres 11. As we see a second round foul there for Viniclas from Sydney Grammar. So here comes Mackenzie at 201, first attempt. Oh, absolutely astonishing. Mackenzie is now 13 centimetres clear of the rest of the competition and is giving the small crowd here at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre something to cheer about. This is a fabulous competition.
Just comfortably sailed over that, didn't he? Never looked like missing.
So I just mentioned, Matt, the record 2 metres 11 from, it's actually held by 2 athletes, both St. Joseph's athletes by chance, 1995 and 2014.
And a really good clearance at 186 for sure as well.
That's a great clearance. So that's Jonathan Woodcock. So he's the first athlete clear on his second attempt at 186. And so now he's leading this competition. Woodcock, he's in the box seat with 1 attempt remaining for Charlie Viniclas of Sydney Grammar. So great clearance there for Woodcock. So 207. So we're now just 4 centimetres shy of the record. Again, jointly held by, I'm not sure of the first names here, but Maloney and Day are the surnames.
We just had a miss for Grammar at the other end of the field. Yeah.
I think that may have been the end of the competition for the Sydney Grammar athletes. So it's going to be Jonathan Woodcock with that second round clearance of Shaw at 186. He'll take out the under-17 boys championship. So we have our winners. And now the question is how high they can go. And Mackenzie is showing us right now exactly how high that is. Bar at 207. First attempt coming up for Sean Mackenzie. Oh, just missing there, just clipping it with his right calf, I think, on the first attempt, but not too far away. Let's see how Sean goes for his second attempt as we move back to Jonathan Woodcock of Shaw, who's taken out the under-17 boys event, but is continuing on. Now the bar set at 190. The event record for this one, quite a staggering 209. Again, jointly held by 2 athletes. One from St. Ignatius and one from St. Joseph's, both in 2014. So it'll be an interesting competition.
Here we go.
First time miss for Woodcock of Shaw.
So put this in perspective. I think Brendan Stark's personal best is 232.
I think it might be 36.
Might be 36. I think last season he went to 36. So at the other end of the ground, we're less than 30 centimetres away from that, and these are obviously high schoolers, not the Diamond League champion. Hopefully Brendan gets the opportunity to defend his Diamond League title this year.
So Sean McKenzie, second attempt at 207. He's just run under the bar, so that will be a foul. He's crossed the invisible plane of the bar, going down towards the ground. He'll have one more attempt at 207. He looks so good at 201. I feel like that jump there may have just cleared 207 as well, but he'll need to recreate that for his third attempt. As at 190, we have Woodcock of Shaw. So Woodcock coming in now. And just missing there. I think that might have been his second attempt at 190. So one more attempt for Jonathan Woodcock of the Shaw School. And also one more attempt for Sean McKenzie of St. Joseph's. He's had a wonderful competition here, 13 centimetres clear of second place. Very comprehensive win as he starts the clap, comes in for his third attempt at 207. He's missed it, but
Not far away, that one.
not far away at all, and
A good winner.
that is a great win. 201. So we had an athlete over 2 metres today. Fantastic result. And again, you have to remember that these athletes have had zero school competition, essentially. They had a training run here, I think, last Saturday. But to be in this sort of form, this condition, with no school athletics behind you is pretty impressive.
Yeah, so much of an interrupted season. So everyone a little bit underdone. All right, so we'll go back to the other end. This is the third and final attempt at 190. And unsuccessful there. So we've got our winners at both ends of the high jump. And that will be the conclusion of both the open and the under-17s boys high jump competitions.
So two really nice competitions there, actually. Very impressive jumping by our under-17 and open boys. And the next event's 10 minutes away now. It'll be the multi-class 100 metres, and that will be followed by our under-17 and open division, followed by championship races for each of those respective age groups.
Yeah, so just about a 10-minute gap for that, and so we'll take a short break and come back to you just before the first of those 100-metre races. Okay, so we're back for this multi-class 100-metre race, James.
Yeah, we just had a really nice announcement over the PA system from the convener of the carnival that this is the first time that the multi-class athletes have had an event at the GPS Championships for the 100 metres. So fabulous to see the expansion of the inclusion of the GPS Championships to these three athletes that we have. We have representatives of the Shaw School, St Ignatius Riverview and St Joseph's College here in this multi-class 100 metre race. They have been represented in other sports since the 1990s, and cricket and rugby, to name a couple. It's great to see them here competing and participating in the 125th AAGPS Championships. Of course, para-athletics are an absolutely staple part of our sport now, Matt, with many Australian Paralympians representing our country every 4 years very proudly.
Yeah, and doing very well at it, particularly in the distance running. Jared Clifford, mate of mine, is a double world champion in the vision impaired category. Michael Roger has a disability with one of his arms and won the London Marathon not too long ago, which doubled as the Para World Championships. Both of those athletes train with the Philo Saunders squad down in the Australian Capital Territory. So we've got some star athletes here. I mean, Louise Savage was really the trailblazer in the wheelchair racing in Aussie women's para racing. Recently, that mantle taken up by Madison De Rosario.
And of course, many would know the name Kurt Fernley as well, multiple gold medalist, multiple world champion over everything from 1500 metres to the marathon. So some brilliant names and some very inspirational athletes and voices of Australian sport have come from para-athletics.
Speaking of Kurt's voice, I can't remember whether it's on the on SBS or the ABC, but he's got a new interview show that he's doing. So I'd encourage you to... bit of Googling will get you to Kurt Fernley's new show pretty quickly. I've been meaning to have a look at that myself, but Kurt going on to do some fantastic things in the disability advocacy space following on from his retirement from competitive athletics. Of course, multiple time Paralympic champion, world champion.
Of course, in the school and in club levels of athletics in New South Wales, we've seen an ever-increasing pool of para-athletes. I remember at the New South Wales Junior Championships earlier this year, actually, last summer season, we had two two-time finals of the the under 16 and under 20 age divisions of the para-athletics 100-metre races, which we'd never seen in the sport before. So, Matthew Rawlings, the Target Talent Program and para-athletics coach in New South Wales, does such a fabulous job with so many of those juniors in running, rolling, throwing, jumping. So we're just about ready for a start. We look like we have two athletes on the start line there, so three in the start list. I believe the St Ignatius Review athlete not there at the moment, but representing Shaw in lane 3 is William Scambler, and in lane 7 for St Joseph's College is Kit Hartley. Apologies if I got those names slightly wrong. I'm just looking at the scoreboard at the moment, which is about 200 metres away from us, so I'm just having a squint to see those names, but hopefully I got those right. So just before we kick off with the first of our 100-metre races, we see the attendance online increasing, Matt, to over 700 viewers live at the moment.
The 100-metre races generally bring the crowds in, always have in the sport. I'm not sure if anyone do the Maurice screen and get the fire extinguishers out on the spikes, but we live in hope.
Hopefully we don't see, I forgot his first name, John Drummond. Hopefully we don't see an incident of that either.
The 100 metres always has been probably the blue ribbon event of athletics, along with the marathon. And of course for these senior boys, some of their last chance to win a GPS 100 metre title.
Albeit different circumstances, but nevertheless a championship is a championship. Not too sure what the slight delay is here. Both athletes look pretty much ready to go on their starting blocks and the start line. Bit of a discussion between the track officials here. So I think a couple of slight delays with the starting system. I wonder if that might be giving them a couple of issues at the moment. But hopefully we're not too far away from the start of this multi-class 100-metre race. Yeah, it looks like we're just about ready for a start now for our multi-class 100-metre race. So clean start there. William Scambler in lane 3 for sure, and Kit Hartley for St. Joseph's in lane 7. That's Hartley, who's having a great run here. He's going to take out this multi-class race. Fabulous run, 15.67 for Hartley for St. Joseph's. And the Shaw athlete there, William Scambler, second in the first multi-class athletics GPS championship event ever held. Piece of history there. And a fantastic piece of history that is. All the boys cheering on their teammate there from the Shaw School. Great scenes. So just recapping those official results there. We had Kit Hartley representing St. Joseph's College, 15.67, taking the win in the 100-metre multi-class event from William Scambler of the Shaw School, 19.89 seconds.
Alright, so we've got these next 100 metre races coming up shortly. We might see if we can find some start lists for those. These, of course, some of the blue ribbon events of the championships.
So the boys just putting their starting blocks down, just affixing them to the track to make sure that they don't slip. Just a reminder that the first event here will be the under-17 divisional race. After that will be the under-17 metre championship race. The under-17 100 metre GPS record set in 2014 by St Ignatius College's H.J. Hutchinson, 10.79. As we look to the start list for the first of our 100 metre able body races, in lane 1 representing Sydney Grammar School, Islander Mesmeris. In lane number 2 from the Scots College, James Codis. In 3 from the Shaw School, Henry Murray. In 4 from St Ignatius College, Henry O'Donnell. In 5 from the Armidale School, Nicholas O'Neill. 6 from the King's School, Lachlan Wood. 7 from St Joseph's College, Matthew O'Mara. 8 in Sydney Boys High School, Edward Wong. And then 9 on the outside for Newington College goes Riley Fitzroy. They're the starters for the under-17 boys divisional race. Just a reminder again that GPS championship record 10.79 seconds by H.J. Hutchinson, St Ignatius College in 2014. And they're away. Bit of a stumble there by the Scots athlete, but he's recovered well. He might just have a quick lead, but it's the King's School athlete coming through now. Lachlan Wood. That's Lachlan Wood. He's going to take the win. 11:18 unofficially. Coming through there well was actually the Armidale School athlete. He may have just pipped up second, and Scots College on the inside there also going well. But it's Lachlan Wood from the King's School in lane 6 takes out the divisional race there. As we move in towards the scoreboard, 11:15 for the King's School, Lachlan Wood, plus 1.3, tailwind, again, beautiful conditions here for our sprinters.
Yeah, fantastic sprinting conditions, isn't it? 1.8 in the 200s earlier, 1.3 in the 100s. Can't get much better than that. Nice warm day.
It was the Armidale School's Nicholas O'Neill who just beat James Coase from Scots to take that second place, 11:44, and James Coase from Scots College, 11:47. They're the top 3 for our under-17 division race. Good race, that one. Lachlan Wood really came through the second half of that race, and very impressive runner with a lot of range, Lachlan Wood. I know I've definitely seen quite a bit of him at New South Wales All Schools Championships in recent years, particularly over the 400 metre distance. He's very, very impressive. I think he runs a 50 point for that distance, so big range there from the King's School athlete, and impressive win there for the divisional race.
Okay, so here now the start list for the championship 100 metre race, the under-17s boys. So Ryan Chong goes in lane 1 for Sydney Grammar School, Alec Willington in 2 for Newington, Derby Lancaster in 3 for the Scots College, Joseph Walker runs in 4 for Shaw, William Granger St Ignatius in 5, Isaac Gerties for Armidale in 6, Connor Bond, and so we just missed the start there.
We've just started, sorry, and it's the King's athlete in 7. He's got a great start. Scots College coming through on the inside. It's going to be very, very tight. King's School takes it, 10:97 for the Open Championship race. Scots just getting beat there. A fantastic battle between Kings and Scots once again in the sprints. Connor Bond, 10.95, takes out the under-17 championship race that was. Connor Bond, Derby Lancaster for Scots College in second, 11.05, and Joseph Walker in the middle there for Shaw in 11.54. Another great race there for the under-17 men's 100.
Sorry, missed start there. We just thought they were still doing their jump outs. So we'll move now to the Open races. Yeah, so I think we're just running slightly behind timetable here. So here's the start list for the division race of the Open's 100 metres. So Hannock in for Sydney boys in 1, Daniel Lloyd-Jones for Scots in 2, James O'Brien for Armidale in 3, Marcus Shaw for Sydney Grammar in 4, Emery Jolliffe for St Joseph's in 5, Charlie Murray for Shaw in 6, Thomas McCaubrey for Newington in 7, BJ Nora for Kings in 8, and Hamish Creasy for St Ignatius in 9.
So no chance of missing this start as the boys still behind their blocks. And they'll jump into those very shortly for this open 100 metre divisional race. They are ripping through this timetable now just to make up a few minutes. Away cleanly. Good start there in the middle. That's the St Joseph's athlete, but coming through now, Scots College, but also on the outside, it's another Scots Kings battle. It's Scots this time who's going to take 11.24. That was Daniel Lloyd-Jones over BJ Nora from the Scots College and Kings School, respectively. Good win there for the Scots College. Daniel Lloyd-Jones 11.22 with the wind dying down just a little bit now, plus 0.3 tailwind. Noah Clark there. So BJ Noah Clark from the King's School 11.28, and Hamish Cressy from St Ignatius College out in lane 9 taking third in 11.47.
Okay, and here now the start list for the Open 100 metre championship, the blue ribbon event of these championships. You can see them doing their practice starts in the back. So Toby Newcomb for Armidale in 1, William Maffey for St Joseph's in 2, Andrew Guest for Sydney Grammar in 3, George Gickus, brother of John, as we were saying earlier, ran the 200 for Kings in 4, Gabriel Wood for St Ignatius in 5, Sasifa Lalu of Newington in 6, Hamish Lindstrom for Scots in 7, Jack Fatty for Shaw in lane number 8, and Kazi Hassan for Sydney Boys in lane number 9.
So of course Fatty from Shaw earlier on, that's Jack Fatty. He's going for the 1-2 double here at these GPS championships.
And the Open 100 Championship, first short and Kings is Joseph's, 201 metres. Second, Joshua Johnson of St Ignatius. Third, Vegas Burton of Newton. Followed by Kings, Shaw, Scots, Sydney Grammar, and Sydney Boys High.
So as we were saying earlier, it's one of the blue ribbon events of any championships, the Open Men's 100 metres.
Championship record 10.58 of T. Kalua Newington College of last year. So settling into their blocks, the men's Open 100 metre championship race. Away cleanly. Pretty good start there by the St Ignatius College athlete, but coming through now is the Kings athlete. Also going well is Joseph's on the outside, but it's the Kings School's coming through now. Coming late is, yes, it is the Kings, 11 flat. The Kings School, George Gickus.
Yeah, Fatty came late for sure down the outside, but just had too much ground to make up. I suspect he may have got up for second, but George Gickus, and yeah, confirmation there of Fatty, a 10th behind in 11.09. So George Gickus, the Open Men's 100 metre champion, plus 0.3 tailwind, got him to 10.99. So he goes sub 11. Jack Fatty in second in 11.09, and Hamish Lindstrom runs 11.10 to get the bronze medal. Good race. Gickus was strong out of the blocks early and just did enough in that first half of the race to hold off the fast finishing Jack Fatty and deny him a sprint double. So I think that's the end of the 100 metre races. We'll just go back to our timetable now. And so the 4x400 metre relay will be the next event on the track as we go from one blue ribbon event to another. The 4x4 always a very popular event. And that is due to get underway at 1:59 p.m. So that's in about 17 minutes' time. So once again, we will take a quick break and we'll come back to you a few minutes before the 4x400 metre relay, just before 2 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. We are just about ready for the senior boys 4x4 100-metre relay, another one of the blue ribbon events of the championships, having just gotten done with the 100 metres, and we have our start list on screen. Obviously no individual athletes in these races. They're the 4x4. So Shaw go from the inside, from the King's School inside of Sydney Boys High. Newington College will run in 4, St Joseph's in 5, the Scots College will run in 6, Armidale in 7, Sydney Grammar in 8, and St Ignatius in lane number 9. For those that aren't familiar with the 4x4, we'll have the athletes stay in their lanes for the entirety of the first lap, at which point they'll change over to their second leg runners, who will run the first 100 metres of the second leg in their lanes before breaking across at the 800 metre break-in point, which is at the 300 metre point on the track. So it takes about 500 metres of running before they actually all come together. James, always good watching 4x4. Of course, the new addition for what was supposed to be the Tokyo Olympics starting yesterday, I think, was going to be the mixed 4x4 with the men's and women's running together. We've seen that at World Championship level, an exciting new event. But the 4x4s are always brilliant competitions, and quite frequently the final event of an Olympic Games or a major championships.
Yeah, it is an exciting event because I think that there's more time that things can happen, the story can play out than a 4x1. The 4x1 is quite a quick event.
Over in a heartbeat, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
36.7 or something, I think, the world record, I think.
Yeah, 36.05, I think, from memory, Jamaica. Usain Bolt, of course, is part of that team. So the boys are just getting in their blocks now, so we'll see what plays out. Kings probably go into this one favourites. They have been dominant all day so far, but we'll see if it, sort of a Newington, a Joey's, St Joseph's, or a Scots College could cause an upset here. So they're away from the inside. Shaw, the King's School, Sydney Boys High, Newington College, St Joseph's College, the Scots College, the Armidale School, Sydney Grammar School, and St Ignatius. St Ignatius actually getting a pretty good start on the outside in lane 9 in the royal blue with the white stripe.
So massive stagger, remember, because it's not only the 400 metre stagger, but it's also an extra 800 stagger that goes on top of it, given they stay in their lanes for the first 500 metres. So, as Jimmy was saying, St Ignatius out well on the far outside of the track. St Joseph's going quite well in the middle of the track, and Kings holding their own back in lane number 2. Those are probably the lead 3 at the moment, and watch that even up as we go around this first bend again. So St Ignatius have to run a fair bit further up the track, and it may well be Kings that have gotten into the lead at this point. They have. So Kings change first in about 51 split for the first 400. Then Ignatius, St Joseph's, and Shaw had a good last 100 metres of that first leg. So they swing around to the back straight for the second time, and now they all come together, and it's Kings from Shaw, and Riverview will cross from the outside.
So Kings dominant early once again on the track this morning, but there's a good battle between St Ignatius, Riverview, and also Shaw for that second position, with Scots and also St Joseph's not too far away. But it's the King's School with a 25 metre lead as they come into the home straight. So this is their second leg run. It went out very quickly, just starting to slow up a little bit with the gap starting to decrease a little bit. Scots College having a good second leg here, but still the Kings dominating in this race as they change from the second to the third run. A 48-9 split there. Great running by Kings, and Scots College now building quite a good lead into second with St Joseph's, Shaw, St Ignatius Riverview, and the Armidale School fighting it out for that third spot at the moment.
Yeah, so St Joseph's had a good second leg. They've put themselves back up into the podium positions behind Kings and Scots, and a good leg here. I think that Sydney Boys going up the back straight have had a really good start of the third leg here and got around the shoulder of Shaw. In fact, it might be the Armidale School, but they're right over the back now. So Kings into the straight for the second to last time have a lead of about 30 metres or so over Scots from St Joseph's. And then a real good battle going on for fourth place between Shaw and Sydney boys. But Kings are going to come down. 51 was the first split, 48 the second, and they come through now, handing over to the last leg runner in another 51. So Kings with a lead of about 30 metres or so. Then it's Scots, then St Joseph's. Shaw have had a big third leg to put themselves into fourth. Then it's Riverview, then Armidale. Then comes Newington, Sydney Grammar, and Sydney boys will be last at the change.
So Kings just extending that lead out now. It's going to be close to 50 metres now, but a real battle for these minor placings. You can see St Joseph's now just moving up to the shoulder of Scots and absolutely flying by into second spot. Can Scots fight back and have an answer? But it's Kings at the moment. Their lead just keeps extending. What a dominant display by this track team they've shown at the GPS Championships today. They'll take the win, but St Joseph's having a fantastic final leg, and they look like they've got that second place locked down with Scots College and St Ignatius Revenue battling out for third, but it's all about Kings here. What's the time? Look at the clock, 3:23, just 2 seconds outside the school record with the 51 last split. And a great run here. St Joseph's holding the second. It's going to be Scots College just edging out St Ignatius Revenue for third. Shaw College coming over for fifth spot. As the rest of the field comes through, Armidale score in sixth, Sydney Grammar in seventh, and Newington eighth, with Sydney boys high coming through for ninth. What a fantastic run, and just looking at that record, 2 seconds outside the GPS Championship record, 3:21.4 from Sydney Grammar School, 2004, 16-year-old record. Fantastic
and done
running.
without the benefit of what is ordinarily a massive crowd in here to cheer the relays around. So fantastic running from Kings. They are a little slow in that first leg, but really kicked home strongly after that.
So confirmation of those results, the Kings score 3:23.84, the Open 4x4 Relay Champions for 2020. St Joseph's College in second, 3:31.25, and the Scots College third in 3:32 flat, with St Ignatius Revenue just 14 hundredths outside them, and a very tight and exciting finish for those minor placings.
So there's a point score update. So the King's School streaking ahead, to be frank, on 357, ahead of Scott's on 263 and Shaw on 258. We're actually just speaking to one of the GPS officials, and he was saying, Jimmy, that this is one of the most dominant performances he's seen by a school in recent times. It's a pretty convincing performance at the moment by Kings. We were talking about it a bit earlier in the day, but they appear to just be streaking away with this senior title.
Yeah, I guess with the track-heavy program, and I think that's probably one of the focuses at the King's School, particularly the sprinting. They have been absolutely outstanding. The 100, the 200 and 400 sprint hurdles, they have dominated both the 17s and the Opens age divisions, and we just saw that 4x400 metre relay winning by the best part of 80 metres. 2 seconds outside a 16-year-old GPS championship record. It's a phenomenally good outfit, the King's School this year, and absolutely running away with this senior title. The next event on the program, just under 20 minutes away, will be the 17s and the Opens 400 metre championship races. They will be followed by the 1500 metre under 17 and Open championship races, and then our final events of the day will be the 4x100 metre relays for both the 17s and Open age groups. So 3 sets of events left on our timetable for the day. Of course, our long jump, shot put and high jump field events completed our field program earlier on, so just the individual 400, individual 1500 and 4x100 metre relays left. With that said, with a 2:26 start time for the next event on the track, we might just leave you for a short time, and we'll come back with all the 400 metre action shortly.
Welcome back, folks. We're just about right with the 400 metre races. We might see if we can very quickly show you a start list before this race gets underway. We're probably going to run out of time, so we'll just go straight to it.
So away cleanly in the under-17 400-metre championship race. From the inside out, Lucien Proctor, St. Joseph's, Islander Mesimus, St. Nigrama, Joshua Johnson, St. Ignatius, Jack Callans, Newington College, Thomas Bridchick, Sydney Boys High, Joe Kermond, the Armadale School, Jeremy Bennett, the Scots College, Cuba Patterson, the King's Schools, and Henry Murray from Shaw. And having a really good run here is, I think it's the Armadale School in lane 6. He's got the stagger on the Scots College athlete on his outside. Looks pretty good at the moment. St. Ignatius also going well in lane 3 as they come into the bend. The King's School athlete is Cuba Patterson, starting to make a charge for home now, and Cuba Patterson's really had a great last bit of the bend there. The Shaw athlete on his outside trying to get through for second. Scots College has a good battle there, but it's going to be the Patterson from the King's School taking it there. Oh, very, very close for second there between Scots College and Shaw in the outside lanes. 59.8 unofficially there for Patterson from the King's School, with a great diving effort there from the Shaw athlete in lane 9. That's Henry Murray. So a nice exciting finish there to the under-17 boys 400-metre championship race. As we look towards the results. And just coming into the picture now. So there it is, confirmation. Cuba Patterson from the King's School, 50.96, takes out the under-17 title, and a very tight finish there, but it was Henry Murray with potentially a dive on the line to snag second position at 51.82.
Hence the roar.
And there we are, the photo finish. That is a sensational picture. Very reminiscent of that women's 400 metre title at Rio 2016 with
I was there that night.
Shawnee Miller-Weibo and Alison Felix. What a famous race that was. But Jeremy Bennett from the Scots College, the spot there in 51.83. Very, very exciting finish there for the minor placings. But again, the King's School reigns supreme here on the track in the senior division of the 125th GPS Championships. So now moving on to another one of the blue ribbon events of the day, the Open 400 metre championship race. And we saw a brilliant run earlier before from Charlie Jefferson from King's School. He goes and won. He ran a 1:54 800 metres. I believe that might have been in the under-17 boys division, but he goes here in the Open 400 metre race, probably his favourite for this one. In lane 2 from Sydney Boys High School, Joshua Johnson. In 3 from St. Joseph's College, Finn Grimmond. 4 from the Scots College, Max McCarthy. 5 St. Ignatius, Max Holmes. 6 Shaw, Sean Melitowski. 7 the Armadale School, Liam Hunt. 8 Newington College, Nicholas Atkinson. 9 on the outside, Sydney Grammar Schools, Hugh Ritchie. Ready for a start for the Open 400 metre championship. Away cleanly, and Just looking for a quick start there from St Joseph's College in 3. They've made up the stagger on the Scots College in 4 and just moving past their shoulder. Also going well there. There's Charlie Jefferson from the King's School, and he's made up the stagger on lanes 2, 3 and 4 as he makes his way down the back straight. Looking absolutely unbelievable at the moment, Charlie Jefferson. And really, he's got a big lead, and it's only extending as this stagger comes into the home straight. There's some good battles going on there for the Mine Place and St Ignatius and Scots College coming through now. Also Shaw in lane 8, but Charlie Jefferson with a 10-metre lead. St Ignatius and Scots College coming through now. Scots College athlete battling on the inside. Probably looks good for second, but Charlie Jefferson, look at the clock, 49.10 to take out the open tile. Scots College in second and St Ignatius Riverview in third, but Charlie Jefferson 49.09 officially. Just another dominant performance. We saw that in the 800 and we see it again over the 1 lap distance.
So the King's dominance continues as well. We're discussing earlier how strong they've been, and I'm just trying to think of whether there's an open championship they haven't won. It's going through the memory. I think they won the 8 and the 100 metres, so it's been a very good day on the track for Kings in particular. But yeah, dominant performance there, daylight second. And those are our senior 400 metre races.
So the next event on the track will be the final of the individual races for the day. And coming up in 10 minutes, we'll have the under-17 boys 1500 metres. And straight after that will be the open 1500 metre championship races before we conclude our program today with the 4x100 metre races.
Okay, so we are not too far away now from a start in the under-17s 1500 metres. See the boys over on the far side of the track, 3 3/4 laps. And I think we've got a start list for the... Actually, we might skip that start list. I think they're pretty close to a start, so we'll see if we can get our clock running. And we'll introduce them to you once they get underway. So off they go in the men's 1500 metres. This is the under-17s. Kings going to an early lead ahead of St Ignatius and St Joseph's. Grammar coming up on the outside, and they just start to slow it down now after 100 metres. Bit of pushing and shoving there between Newington, Shaw and Grammar. Sydney boys sitting on the outside, and Scots and Armidale sitting at the back of the field. So they're going to run through the first 200 metres in just over about 34, 35 seconds. So nothing too quick here, and you can see by the fact that they're 4 and 5 wide that the pace is not too hot here. So you could throw a blanket over them as they come up to the judge for the first time, and Scott's now just making a little bit of a move around the outside to go to the lead, not happy with the slow pace, and Sydney boys getting up onto his shoulder on the outside of Kings in third.
So Hugo Hinkfoss from Scots College currently just pretty much trotting along. The boys aren't doing a whole lot at the moment through the first 400. Must say it's not quick. It's 73 seconds through the first 400, so we're on about 4:35 pace, which I could probably imagine that most of these boys could run fairly easily. A bit of a move there from the St Joseph's College athlete, that's Jordan Lancaster. He now goes to the front and injects a little bit of pace. The King's School athlete Jaden Gill now just starting to respond and just drops in on his tail, but all the athletes still there after the first 500 as they make their way around. Just starting to spread out a little bit in single file now, so maybe a little bit of injection from pace from Lancaster, just sawing them out a little bit, but still very much all in contention. Still pretty pedestrian. That 200 was 35, so still around that sort of 70-second a lap pace there. Just starting to get strung out a little bit now. So St Joseph's from Kings and Scott's just starting to work up there onto the shoulder as they come through another 400, and that was a 52 for that 300 as Shaw get around the corner of Kings, and that run from Scott's just fading a little as they came to the line. And now in fact Shaw will put themselves into the lead of this race, so they go through the 800 in about 2:22. So this could be a very fascinating race. Shaw, St Joseph's and Kings all just sort of switching positions at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see where the Kings can continue this domination over very much a distance event, this one, where they haven't quite been as strong. We saw Habler for Newington and Longworth for Shaw earlier in the 3000 dominate that race, so we'll see what Kings have to offer here, but at the moment it's still Shaw just probably extending out that lead to a couple of strides now, but Kings now responding and moving past St Joseph's into seconds. They come into the second and final time into the home straight. It's the Shaw athlete represented by Nathan Stanmore here today, with a 5 metre gap on the King's School. And now Sydney Grammar just coming into the picture as well as they come through. That was a 66. So Nathan Stanmore starting to wind up things, and now we can see that lead becoming more and more decisive with each stride as he really starts to head for home. So from a team's perspective, it's Shaw and Grammar now have moved their way up into second place. Conservative early, but get around the shoulder of Kings to go into third. This may be one of the first distance races that Kings have not been at the pointy end of. And then there's a move coming down the outside, I think from Armidale around the corner of St Joseph's, but they go through with 200 to run, and there's a dominant leader from Shaw, but Grammar starting to put in a big last lap of this race, and we'll see if he's able to run him down. So Sydney Grammar just cutting down that lead with each stride, but it's still Nathan Stanmore from the Shaw School holding tough. Probably looks like the first three is sorted now. We'll see if anyone else can kick down, but I think it's going to be Nathan Stanmore representing the Shaw School here today. He'll take out the Open 1500 metre championship. Telling look over the shoulder from Sydney Grammar, but he's got second place locked up. Looking at the clock here, 4:15.30 unofficially, 1:62.9 last lap from Nathan Stanmore. Sydney Grammar second, great run there, and the King's School coming through for third. Armidale or Sydney Boys High, I should say, for fourth place. Newington fifth, St Joseph's sixth, St Ignatius Revenue seventh, and the Scots College, after doing a bit of the early leading, comes in eighth position. Good run there by Nathan Stanmore, really dominating that last 500 to 600 metres of that race, and coming away for the win for the Shaw School, who have also been quite impressive and are right up there in terms of the point score standings today, as we just have our last athlete coming across the line. I think that might be the Armidale School. Yep.
So confirmation of the results there. Nathan Stanmore's winning 4:15.29 from Rory Wiley, 4:17, and Jaden Gill in 4:21 to round out the podium places in the under-17 championship race. It's a race of two halves, really. They were pedestrian early, and then it really got blown open around that sort of 2 laps to go mark. But Nathan Stanmore, too good for them, convincing winner. So we'll go down and have a look at I think we've got another 1500 race to come. This will be the Open Championship, and we'll see if we can pull a start list up for you in just a moment.
Event record for this one held by a handy junior athlete by the name of Jack Stapleton, King's School in 2013, 3:52.98.
A man who went on to be desperately unlucky to break a 4-minute mile. I think he's PB 4 flat 0.5, but a fantastic runner, a medalist in the Albie Thomas mile race. Very, very good athlete. So Charles Stretch goes for St Ignatius in position number 1. Samuel Jones of the Armidale School in 2. Hamish Longworth, already run today early in the 800 for Shaw in 3. Jonathan Tran runs with hip number 4 for Sydney Boys. Harry Farrington for Kings in 5. Oliver Freeman for Sydney Grammar in 6. Sam Braun for the Scots College in hip number 7. James Smith will go in position 8 for Newington, and Charles Cannon runs out the outside for St Joseph's.
How would you feel as Hamish Longworth for this one, running an 8:55 3K just a couple of hours ago, second that very impressive
I said the 800, didn't I? Yeah, so it's a 3K, yeah.
So very, very impressive second position to that amazing run by Bailey Habler in 8:46. We'll see what he has left in his legs for this 1500 metres.
Such a staple of the GPS, the fact that these athletes do have to back up. Bit of a staple of schoolboy running, really, that the carnivals all happen within the one day, and very impressive. So here we go, the Open Championship.
Very quick start there from our St Ignatius Review athletes. That's, so I'm looking at my list, Charles Stretch. He'll lead the field through the first 100. Hamish Longworth up there with that loping style from Shaw. He just currently sits in second, just in front of the Scots College athlete. That's Sam Braun in third position. Then goes Kings, St Joseph's, Newington, Sydney Grammar, the Armidale School, and Sydney Boys High. They're the 9 athletes at the moment in those positions through the first 200. A little bit quicker than the first race.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that it's a different race to the first one. They really sat quite steadily in the early running in the first race. This one much more strung out, and they go through the first 300 in about 47, so that's an indication of that. This won't be too far outside of 65 seconds or so for the first lap. So Riverview sitting on the front of Shaw and Scots, then Kings, St Joseph's, Newington, Armidale, Grammar and Sydney Boys lead out the top. The leaders as they go through the first 400 in about 63 seconds or so, and still single file, but the field relatively still held together quite well.
Absolutely. I just made an incorrect call there earlier. It's actually James Smith from Newington College currently sitting in second. So Hamish Longworth finding himself in about 6th position at the moment, just mid-pack, just behind the St Joseph's athlete in Charles Cannon. But it's still St Ignatius's Charles Stretch at the front of this field.
Yeah, I'd made that error as well. Yep. So it's the 2 white singlets of Shaw and Newington. Newington sitting up towards the front of the field. So the order unchanged, no moves in this race as there was in the first. Still Riverview from Newington, then Scots, Kings, St Joseph's and Shaw. And just a little tiny gap starting to open up between second and third there. And now the first move of the race comes with St Joseph's going up to the outside, and Scots go to the lead with 800 metres to run. They went through in 73. So a little bit of jostling now starting as Shaw advancing up in the field too. And they've gone from single file to now running in pairs at the front of the field. Scots in front of Newington, then Riverview back on the inside of St Joseph's. Then comes Shaw, and some moves now starting to come up the back. And a little trip there for Kings. He got caught up on the heels of St Joey's, and Shaw sitting on his outside, boxing him in. So this is dangerous here, running in this close proximity with 600 to go in the metric mile.
Well, a couple of interesting moves there. It's sort of like the athletes are wanting to get to the front, but they almost just stop dead in their tracks. They just want to get that pole position. But no, it is Scott still out in front at the moment. And like you said, you don't want to be messing around too much, coming up to 500 metres to go now. So expect to see some moves maybe in the next couple of hundred metres, with Scots College still seen just ahead of the Newington athlete there. And here comes Hamish Longworth from Shaw. Now, Hamish backing up after 3,000. What does he have left in his legs for the last 400 metres of this race? Probably goes into this one favourite, but we'll see how he goes against the fresh legs of the other athletes as they come to the bell lap.
The moves have got to come sooner or later. It's 73, and they start to come now. So Newington and then Longworth tracking him. And look how wide Sydney boys are running around the first, Sydney Grammar, running around the first turn. And in fact, it's the Grammar athlete who was shot to the front of the field. That's Oliver Freeman from Sydney Grammar, and he's tried to pinch this. Longworth then, I think, is sitting in second behind him, as Jimmy said, trying to back up from that 3,000 metre race. And then the Newington athlete getting up on his shoulder as they go through 200 metres to run.
So James Smith from Newington trying to track down Oliver Freeman, Sydney Grammar. It's really a three-horse race, and I think Grammar's gone a little bit early here. It's now Freeman versus Longworth. Newington again versus Shaw. We just saw this in the 3,000. We're seeing the 1,500 again. Here comes Longworth down the outside, trying to leave Newington in the dust. He's doing exactly that. Longworth backing up for the Shaw School, and he's running away with the Open Boys 1,500 metre championship race. 4th, 14.41. What a fantastic backing up. And Armidale School coming across for third position, a 58.9 for Longworth.
And it would have been quicker than that because he was a little bit back in the field at the bell when Sydney Grammar shot to the front. But Longworth, what a day's work for him. The 3K 1,500 double. That's not easy for anyone, and he's well entitled to have a little lay down on the track. So Hamish Longworth, confirmation of his win in 4.14.4. James Smith, second in 4.16.7. And Sam Jones gets third place. Oliver Freeman just went a little bit too early with 400 to run. He needed to leave his run another 100 metres or so, but he'll hang on for fourth in 4.17.
That was a great race, and the question was definitely out there. It was the elephant on the track. It was, can Longworth back up, and he answered that one well and truly with that stunning last 200 metres. It has to be said.
He left it low, smart racing. He looked in a lot of trouble with 300 metres to run as the runs came around him, but knew that he was only going to have one kick off the back of that 3K and saved it for the right part of the race. So very good tactical racing from Longworth. He's an accomplished club runner as well. His old man's actually the GPS cross-country convener as well, so well versed in the worlds of GPS athletics. And a very good run from Hamish here today. Good day's work, certainly done his bit for the Shaw point score, and I think that'll probably have them pushing into that a firm second place behind Kings.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very good battle. I know the last provisional point score, we had a difference of 5 points between Scots College and Shaw School for that second spot. So, yeah, a couple of good results for them again in the distance races. Certainly, Hamish Longworth scoring at least a couple of dozen points for his school. Those championship points again worth a little bit more than the divisional points. We'll put them right up there into that second spot. One would assume with a provisional point score not too far away.
So we've got another gap in the program here. It's the last individual race of the day. We'll go to the relays now. The 4x1s will be next up, and they will go at 3:17 p.m. So we've got another gap of about 20 minutes in the program. This, of course, part of the COVID regulations, these gaps in the program. And so we will take another little break for the next 15 minutes or so and come back to you with the 4x100 metre relays. See you soon. Okay, folks, welcome back to the last events of the day for the GPS Championships. Blue ribbon, once again, the 4x100 metre relays. We start with the under 17s, and as usual, no individual athlete names for our start list for the relays, but in lane 1 will be Newington, in lane 2 St Ignatius College, going out of lane 3 will be the King's School, the Armidale School will go out of 4, then Sydney Grammar, Shaw from the Scots College, and Sydney Boys will be on the outside. That's the field for the under 17 4x100 metre relay. So right to go in the under 17s 4x100 metre championship relay. Kings were very quick out of the middle. So was St Joseph's in the centre of the track. Picking up the stagger well on the inside is Newington. They go into the first change. I think St Joseph's probably the best away through that first leg. They will change first. Good baton change. Scott's going well on the outside as well. And now Shaw starting to come into their running. They're picking up the stagger on Scott's. Kings going well in the centre of the track. Third change now. And it all seems to be plain sailing on the back straight. Shaw are through okay, so are Newington. Kings in the middle along with St Joseph's. Coming into the last change, still 3 of them, probably 4 of them in it here. Into the last change, St Joseph's probably first baton change. Shaw on the outside going well, but Kings are coming to their running in the centre of the track. It's Kings and Shaw at the front of the field. Good battle for third between Scott's and Joey's. Kings good at from Shaw. Scott's on the outside, then St Joseph's in the centre of the track, then Newington, Ignatius, Armidale, and Sydney Boys round out the field. And we've had some baton trouble for Grammar, who will finally get it around. St Joseph's early on, probably with Shaw on the outside, the best 2 away, but Kings in those last 2 legs really came home strong.
Yeah, absolutely. They did 43.03, just 4 tenths outside the school, GPS Championship record of 42.61 from the King's School in 2016. Dominant performance there in the back 2 legs. Probably a strategic decision, maybe to put their quickest 2 athletes in legs 3 and 4, just to sort of maintain connection in the first 2 legs and really run home with it in that anchor leg. Shaw in second, 43.69. Scots College, 43.82 in third, 2 tenths ahead of St Joseph's College in 44.02. And so we look to the final event of the day. It's going to be an exciting one. It always is, the Open 4x100 metre Relay Championship. And again, we'll see if Kings can do the under 17 Open 4x1 double. So we're just a few minutes away from the start of that event.
So we might pull the start list up while we wait for the Opens to get underway. And here it is now. So from the inside out, it will be the Scots College from St Joseph's, Newington on the inside of Shaw. King's School will go in lane number 5 from Sydney Boys, and they will be inside Sydney Grammar, the Armidale School, and St Ignatius College. Riverview will round out the field on the outside of the track.
Pretty special moment for these boys. Last ever event, GPS Championship, Open 4x1. You expect some not only some big performances, but a little bit of emotion out there on the track for this race.
Yeah, obviously disappointing again. We don't have the crowds here, but you say this will be the last race for a lot of these boys at the GPS. Of course, there's all schools and other competitions and the like later in the year, but a lot of these athletes who've run at GPS level their entire schooling career, this will be it. And good to be able to go out together running as a team.
Yeah, absolutely.
So looking at the day overall, it's been a very good day for the King's School. I suspect Shaw will probably hang on for second, but that we'll get confirmation of all those results at the presentations which will follow this event. But I suspect Jimmy, hard to see anyone chasing Kings down at this point.
Oh, absolutely. They're about 100 points ahead at the last provisional point score, and barring disaster in, well, the final event of the day, I think they do have an insurmountable lead at the moment. But again, this is why the relays are so important, because one false pattern change and you could find yourself sliding down the rankings. So definitely not all over by any stretch of the imagination for sure.
Yeah, it's certainly a risk that you can get zero in those, because if you don't get the baton around, that will be an issue. So once again, from the inside out, it'll be Scott's from St Joseph's, then Newington and Shaw. The two white singlets will be together in the middle of the track just to confuse us. Then Kings from Sydney Boys, Sydney Grammar, Armidale and Riverview on the outside.
Next event is the final event of the Senior Championship, 125th Track and Field Championships, the Open 4x100 metres.
So,
Just confirming that the three changes are all set.
so thanks for your company today on what's the first of 2 days of the 125th GPS Championships. Join us again tomorrow on YouTube and Facebook for the second day, the intermediates and the juniors. But this is the last event of the Senior GPS Championships of 2020, the 125th running of these titles. I'll hand you over to James Constantine for the call of the Open Boys 4x100 metres, the last race that many of these boys will run in the GPS.
Away, another great start there by Kings. Also out well as Shaw on the inside. Shaw's going really well here, but Kings probably just got the early lead into this one. Lane 5 in the light blue. They change over. Kings with a slight lead. Sydney Grammar also going well in 6th there. And also on the outside is Sydney Boys High School having a great second leg here. But going into the second change and the third leg, it's Kings in front by a couple of metres as they come around. Still going well on the outside. I think that might be St Ignatius Review on the outside, lane 9 there. But Kings coming around. And it's St Ignatius Review. They've got the lead. Can the upset happen here? It's Ignatius Review versus Kings, and Scott's also coming hard on the inside. It's Scott's now in the lead. Is Scott's going to take this one? They're going to rob Kings of the victory. Yes, they will. It's Scott's College. Kings School in second, and St Ignatius Review on the outside in third. What a brilliant last leg there by the Scots athlete in one, upsetting Kings for the fairy tale finish. It won't change the overall standings, but it's the Scots College in 43.15, taking out the Open 4x100 metre men's
It was a
relay.
last leg win as well. They didn't change front. I think you're right that St Ignatius changed first on the outside of the track. Kings loomed up in the centre of the track and looked to potentially be a winner 30 or 40 metres into that first leg, but a massive finish on the inside for Scots and confirmation of their win in 43.15 ahead of Kings, who we suspect will take out the senior championship here in 43.36, and just 2/10 back for Riverview, who were the leaders for much of that race. So just 4/10 separating the podium getters in the 4x100 metres. So stick with us for the time being. The number crunchers will do their thing on the point score, and just shortly we will bring you the presentations from down trackside.
Welcome to the presentation of the Senior Track and Field Championship, the 125th presentation of the GPS Senior Track and Field Championship. Our official party this afternoon, Mr. Mark Ticehurst, offshore, Chairman of the GPS, Mr. Nigel Price, Executive Officer of the AAGPS, and a special welcome to Mr. Jim McCann, whose name is bared on the intermediate trophy. And the oldest program, long jump, guest on GPS today, appropriately, you'll be presenting 125 medals and championship trophies. Also this afternoon, we, day one of these championships, acknowledge the outstanding efforts of the Executive Officer of the Arena, Jim Pennington of the Armed House School, Robert Valentine, National Assistant of the AAGPS, appropriate as senior athletes, final year. We've been able to have the 125th Championship be able to compete here today. I'd ask you please to acknowledge the efforts of those three people, along with the Olympic Park Authority, Athletics New South Wales, Surf Lifesaving Australia First Aid and First Aid technicians that have been with us today, that have enabled the GPS to fulfil the New South Wales government protocols in place as they currently stand. Without the efforts of those people through the recent months, and particularly this final week of preparation, we would be having our championships. So could I just ask the athletes to acknowledge the efforts of all those people in preparing today's championships. Our guest of honour, Mr. Jim McCann, as indicated, has the oldest standing record since 1957 for the open long jump. In 1958, Mr. McCann represented New South Wales in the Australian Athletics Championships in Brisbane, where he won the junior 100 yards, as it was known then, 9.5 seconds, and also set a Queensland Open record for long jump in the same championships. Later in 1958, he was selected to compete in the Empire Games in Cardiff, Wales, now known as the Commonwealth Games, where he won a bronze medal in the 4x100 yards relay. He then also competed in the track and field scholarship program in the United States at Notre Dame University. In 1962 in Australia, he was selected to compete in the long jump at the Commonwealth Games held in Perth. Throughout the 1960s, he also played rugby union for Manly First Grade. And in 1966, returned to track and field, where he won the New South Wales 100 metres, 200 metres hurdles, and also set an Australian record for the 200 metres hurdles. He also then went on to win the 200 metres hurdles at the Australian Championships. He retired from track and field, and of course has enjoyed a career with Boston Rugby Club as captain coach. His name is on the intermediate trophy of the GPS, and he's an annual guest here at the Track and Field Championships. So would you please give a very warm and special GPS welcome to Mr. Tim McCann, Old Boy of the Coast College. It's time to make a presentation to Mr. McCann acknowledging his sterling support and outstanding achievement as a track and field athlete. We start this afternoon with the Open GPS Gold Medal presentations. Open Long Jump Champion, William Mackey, St Joseph's College. William winning the first event of this morning's program, also captain of track and field at St Joseph's. High Jump Open Champion, Sean McKenzie, St Joseph's College. Open Shot Put Champion, T Hall, the King's School. Open 110 metre hurdles champion, George Pullman, the King's School.
Just pose for one photo. Thank you. Yeah.
Open 100 metres champion, George G. captain of track and field, the King's School.
Turn around. Turn around, George. Photo. Thank you.
200 metres champion, Jack Fatty, Shaw. Open 400 metres champion, Charlie Jefferson, the King's School.
Okay, pose up front. Here we go. Ready? Yeah. Thank you very much.
800 metres champion, Harry Farrington, the King's School.
Turn around. Thank you very much. Excellent.
1500 metres champion, Hamish Longworth, Shaw. 3,000 metres champion, Bailey Hapler, Newington. Four by 100 metres champion, the Scots College, represented by Angus Aiken, James Cottis, Darby Lancaster and Hamish Lindstrom. Four by 400 metre champion, the King's School, represented by Cameron Forbes, Buddy Laura, Toby Stewart, Dougal Yapper.
Thank you. Can I thank you, Mr. Ty says champion, eh? Nothing, sir. Nothing wrong with being from himself. It's all right.
Final point score for the 125th Senior Division of GTS Track and Field. 9th, Armadale School, 123 points. 8th, Sydney Boys High School, 161. 7th, Sydney Grammar School, 202 points. 6th, St Ignatius College, 281 points. 5th, St Joseph's College, 284 points. 4th, Newington College, 286 points. 3rd, Scots College, 338 points. Runners-up, Shaw, 348 points. And winners of the senior division, the King's School, 455 points. And to receive the shield from Mr McCann, King's School Track and Field Captain George GCAPS and Vice Captain Noah Clark, BJ Nora and Miles Stewart. Congratulations to the King's School, their 20th Senior Division Premiership. First Premiership since 2017. Mr McCann now presenting the Senior Shield to George Dukas, Noah Clark, BJ Nora and Miles Stewart, winners of the Senior Premiership for 2020.
Big smile.
Back here. Back to you. About time. We did it.
So congratulations to King's School and indeed congratulations to all athletes, in particular congratulations commendations to the Year 12 athletes of all 9 schools today. Thank you for your contribution, not just in 2020, but particularly throughout all the years, including and representing each of your schools. Just ask the medalists now to return to the school area. We could ask for some cooperation and assistance of the school staff. There is a egress requested by the South Wales Police.
Departure.